Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we are going to be continuing our playthrough of The Roottrees Are Dead, which is, if you weren't aware, a Christmas game. I promise. Hey there, Jay. It does indeed. The factory continues. Beverage. Let's check in with kitties real quick before we go any further. We do have, let's see here, Sherbet getting a snack. I think that's Sammy up in the tree alongside Sky, and then Ember in her spot. We can see there is a difference in some of the cameras. The tan area near Ember and on the side camera there. That is my new I wish to stop electrocuting my hardware mat. It doesn't help if I directly touch some of the equipment that isn't now super grounded, but the mouse and keyboard is now super grounded. But yeah, more Roottrees are dead. Should be good times. And I like how I phrased that, actually. Oh, dear, dear. Roottrees mania. How's the sleep? Technically good. Technically good. Got to sleep at a reasonable hour last night and woke up at a reasonable hour. Been mostly productive. I'm working on a sprite art thing that's taking a lot of time and like brain power. See, we have somebody over there on the tall format. I wonder, there's a thing that only happens in the tall format, and that's that I see a said hi when somebody pops in. And I feel like there's a button that does that, but it doesn't come through as actual chat. Hey there, Christina. Was it? Looks like Christino, but not quite. We're going to say Chris. Maybe Chris Tisno? Anyway, hello, Chris. Welcome. As well as person that has kind of a Cyrillic-looking alphabet name. Unclear, but welcome, everyone. Welcome. We are playing a deduction game. The Roottrees Are Dead. And our goal... Our goal here is to identify... Our goal is to identify all the people. In the first part of the game, we identified the entire kind of known living lineage here. And now we are proceeding into the, let's say, the fruits of infidelity. So previously there was a... Samantha here was the child born out of wedlock. And that was like a twist/scandal heading into mid-game there. But we get a lot of that in the second part. Where were we? Okay, so we know... We have an indication of her first name. This should be accurate. David Fellows, a musician. The lockpicking lawyer is a fun channel, but I kind of enjoy the sharper humor that you get out of the McNally channel. I think it was something like, this is their latest lock in this series, and if you look really closely into the keyway, you can see where they put the disappointment. Okay. I like this sequence that Guy Hudson here had 5 different affairs in a sequence across this arc. Okay, let's see here. Let us check the notes. 5P's the rapper. Christine Garland was here. We might have a picture of her somewhere. But these are the kids that resulted from that. It was... She was... I can't remember if she was a secretary at the time or if she was just doing food delivery to a party. I thought as a secretary she had an affair with Guy Hudson and became pregnant, but she eloped with a kind of longtime lover. And so one of these is effectively his kid, at least. I don't think they were twins. Yeah, no, one of them is noticeably older. One thing, I don't know if this is what's happening there, but... Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, let's see here. So we have some information about her. I'll have to see if we do have a picture of her, maybe. That's not inaccurate, Jay. A swingers party is got to be devastating as far as following lineages. So we need to find pictures of those two. Of Stephen and Christine here. We'll need to dig further into Guy. That's the only other name we have currently. So let's root around, haha. So again, Guy Hudson slept around a lot. So one of the farm supervisors was Elizabeth, who had a daughter who's... This is one of those, it's kind of a... It's presented as a confusing sentence. It's 4 people before it locks in, Jay. So Elizabeth had a daughter who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. And it's the daughter that matters here. Trips overseas. It's bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Then we have Elias potentially cheating on Gwyneth. Yeah, and this is... There is a... Elias had a secretary named Elizabeth, but it's not the Elizabeth that we were just talking about. Okay, let's see Let's root around here. So we'll go into our little computer. Guy Hudson, Brazil. Nope. Oh, wow. That is the link to the short form stream. Roottree. Oh. Tree Brassel, sometimes... Or Brazel? I know, right? Fourth wall is broken. Erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. Okay. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative. Okay. It's... Pop that in there. Unlike some of the other results, Roottrees Brassel seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information. Given that there's the implication of Guy Hudson being like at least tangentially involved, I can see a typo getting into the official documents. Oh yeah. Brazil was the only region in which caviar flavored 5 pieces. 5 pieces are a maple candy. Released at the end of 1978, were a hit. Okay, this is meant to create a linkage with Guy. Because Guy, it was like fanciful flavors was the initiative, and it was presented in the most insulting way possible. It was to essentially give the poors all of the give them the opportunity to taste rich people food. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is to solely create that flavor. Okay, we're gonna get that whole paragraph because I find it funny. It's in its own standalone bag with Portuguese writing. So, I mean, to some extent, they have a regional hit, and that's not bad. It's that it came from a bad place. Small town named Avalagos, near the municipality of... Well, is it like São Bernardo do Wow, okay. No, I'm going to butcher that pronunciation if I go any further. It is interesting to see how different foodstuffs, not only how they take off in different areas, but what happens with them. I mean, we are on the eve of Christmas, and you know, Kentucky Fried Chicken in Japan is a traditional family Christmas meal. As opposed to, you know, that trash restaurant in low-income areas as it is in many places in the U.S. I do still love their mashed potatoes. For a while, they had original recipe, like, they were almost like nuggets. And those were delicious. Okay. Location chosen by Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares, or Soares, I'm guessing. It was like popcorn chicken, Maddock, but a little bigger. Kind of more of a lump than a popcorn, you know. Meat lumps. This is the line. Would you want brown lumps in gray sauce or gray lumps in brown sauce? The factory was controversial as the locals did not want it there. Visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly, except for 2 incidents. This really sounds kind of like, you know, the Great Chicago Fire. At least incendio doesn't sound... It sounds fire related. You get a lot of people that will see things like how it's made videos about things like hot dogs and chicken nuggets, and I really don't care if it is produced as a result of meat slurry as long as the output is delicious and technically food. Unsuccessful strike that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. It's nice to see that the Roottrees company is very forward in labor relations, you know. Built and run by a small company called This. Literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. No longer exists. Not much information has ever existed. And let's see. They now run it entirely. Okay, lot in this. Okay, let's start searching here. That's got to be... Like, there's got to be a... some linkages here, so let's start with this guy. Let's see, Brazilian politician. We do know that guy bribed a Brazilian politician. Allegedly. Dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. Focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. Seems that up until 1988 was run by the military. Politics during the time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. Paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson, which is, you know, a great introduction to history about yourself, is when it's connected to corruption and nepotism. Like all great politicians. Automotive manufacturing fact for a major American car company. charge by the military. Knowledge of American business to establish new factories and distribution plants. Yeah, very, very, very positive impact on local democracy, this guy. Didn't make him a popular mayor. The paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede? That. It is always disconcerting, Jay, when you see people talk about Helldivers in Super Earth from Helldivers in a go team sort of way. It's like, no, they're supposed to be the bad guys. Used it to ensure supporters would appear on spouting his beliefs and emphasizing political victories. Till 1988. Likely fled to stay alive. In the case of Helldivers, it is very much not subtle, and they have made statements that imply, no, we really mean it. We're not being subtle. These are absolutely the bad guys. You're not supposed to empathize with them. K has had a an image problem from very early on. As far as, how they present particular groups in a passively positive light. Okay, let's see. More names. This is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing, so that he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing, that involved corruption and politics, so the small town name he made up, Apologos, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing two other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. Oh, absolutely, Maddox. That's it's when it's the intent of the company, or at least their stated intent, is the other way around. It comes down to how they actually treat it. In Helldiver's case, they are treating it as extreme parody, like obvious extreme parody. In the 40K sense, it often comes off as they're showing them as good by implication, like, oh, they're saving humanity, they have to do it, paired with a disconcerting propensity for people to show particular subfactions in a very positive light. Black Templars and the Death Corps of Krieg should not be the face of your the frequent face of your fandom. They're really not the groups that you want people being like, yeah, go team. Okay, where else? Same article. It's a literal translation, not surprising. About this seems interesting. Translates to maple fire. Day 2, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. Neat. Destroyed 2/3 of the production floor, and the locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. It was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown how it happened, but last year a news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. The mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. So my guess here, as far as what went down, is that it wasn't that guy was like bribing him. It was much more of like hush money. Is the politician found out something about Guy Hudson? Okay, how about this? Former television station in Brazil came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created by the removal of a different network. X resources online. Yeah, Jay. Starship Troopers, the movie versus the book, very different presentations of the same general setting, as well as, well, just same general setting, and how we present it to people. You know, same general results too, as far as the movie. A lot of people effectively outing their the political beliefs that they have if they weren't already obvious. What else? So we know there was a strike, and it was primarily that it was related to I'm sorry, there was a act of arson related to corruption of this individual. Okay, real quick break. I will be right back. is really nice being able to get up and walk around and then sit back down without drawing an arc. Yeah, Jay, it's starting to look like some of the root trees were a little shady. I can't quite put my finger on the reason yet, though. Let's see if this comes up with some images. I wonder if we're going to find some actual, like, murders or something like that. Oh, wow. That's... Missed that G in there. Moment. It was worth a try. It was worth a try. Ah, okay. Let's... had mixed success. As far as you can tell, different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Tree candy had been distributed globally in certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. I wonder if there's going to be a good connection between various affairs of Guy Hudson in some of these locations. Canada and Mexico and some countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottrees everywhere involved Roottrees' expansion into other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottrees. How strange, Drew. How strange. Who would have thought that YouTube's subscription and notification system was anything short of entirely reliable 100% of the time? Unfounded. Yes, Merry Christmas Eve, folks, for those of you that celebrate. Or that are in a time zone where that's still accurate. Let's see, manufactured Roottrees candy. Weird. Weird, Drew. I have no idea. I mean, I guess it technically gives you a foothold in the country there, Jay. Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the company at the time. Did have some success, but only in certain regions. Manufacturing leg of the company shut in 1992 after the death of Martin. Gives us a date and time for Martin there. No Roottrees Brassel or Brazil. Just being dumb. Or ignorant. Nope. Okay. China Roottrees. I don't have anybody locked in yet. There are a couple of missing variables on a few of them. I think we've got David Fellows correct. I don't know what Guy Hudson is doing right now. You know, are we allowed to still say third president? Are we allowed to still just say that? We are. Okay, well. Fine then.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
That does make sense, Maddox. That does make sense.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Gina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottrees. Okay. All right, let's continue our search through the various Roottrees companies before I squirrel off too far. Personally went over the Roottrees family, was the owner, did not wish to import the ingredients and built. Just pop that there. Oops. Wrong button. Get rid of this one. Non-starter, negotiations broke down. Okay, we'll revisit some of that. Did they have that in the first one? I probably just overlooked it. Genealogy Genie at prodigy.us. It's a useful bit of terminology having the definitions of particular ways of referring to particular family relations, like, you know, first cousin, second cousin, that kind of thing. Since it's not always a day-to-day thing for people to encounter. Apparently the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she didn't want to cooperate anymore. Might be a Roottrees, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote behind his back. Stuart's mother was Mary Beth Clementine. That's... that. '30s, '50s, a singer who went on tour of a lot of churches. She came to Butler County a few times. He just said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email, and it looks like we have it printed out on the table. Yeah. They've had an affair with Miracle Roottrees. Tax and mailing information. Cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. Just because they are listed here doesn't mean they're useful for spider searching. Beverage. Lloyd, Carl, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Am I doing pretty good? Jay, I feel like anybody that gives the sort of kind of, what would it be? Holier than thou kind of interview. No matter how sleazy that 5P's guy was, I don't feel like you can give that sort of like all of these sinning heathens kind of interview without having some skeletons in your closet. I just don't think it's possible. My root tree. Let's write some of this down. Okay, so when it was under Zach Morton, that's our interest here. So here's a Beth Knox, who is perhaps the Who is Beth. But we also have an Elizabeth Farrow, just making it harder. This guy would be taking over. Retirement party in November. Some of these won't be immediately useful. Anybody leaving the company becomes interesting in these. Joanna Fellows, yeah. Okay, let's... Don't know if that was... If she's still a secretary, you know? But I thought she wasn't working as a secretary at the moment. Yeah. Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed as of 1977. Christine Farrow is no longer listed, but a Christine Garland has been hired. So... I don't think we knew that she was Flores. So we're going to put Farrow here as the... Because if it was... If she was essentially rehired, or, well, relisted under a new name. So a Beth Knox is interesting here. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary, 50,000. Okay, so the year before, like the end of year or year before she leaves, or the year of her leaving, she is paid $50,000 in 1976 money. That's a pretty solid anniversary bonus, especially if we're talking like there's also a pension or something like that involved. Perhaps implications. Just going to delete that. We know what he's largely up to. Raffertoons is now listed as office staff. It's relevant when she leaves. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Wow. Let's go through this a moment. Okay. Presidential office is refurbished. 5 pieces flavor development, 10,000 per month for caviar. So a retirement party for Edward, 7.5. Christmas tree bash, 7.5. A New Year's Eve ball. So there's a lot of money being actively spent here. They 78 in 79 flavor development continues for caviar. I mean, you look at this and it's like, okay, they get so we have Christmas and New Year's. Okay. With retirement parties. We have July 4th, we have a New Year's Eve ball, but 7,500 very consistently used for these. Maybe that's just meant to be coincidental, but come on. What? Come on now. Grandorf Dove donation. Flavor development for strawberry. Flavor development for Zigwa. Bishigwa? Depends on what kind of X we're using. Caviar continues. We're on year 3 of caviar development. Just give up and make it fish and salt flavor. This I'm interested in, Grandorf Dove. In May, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Okay. Ernie took over, and all the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. That it's just been a preponderance of evidence of how skeezy Guy Hudson was. We're largely just duplicating this, so in one place we have the timeline. Yeah. So, in this year, it's from here on out, no secretaries are directly employed. Instead, uses a temp agency called Worktime Temp. Okay, that will be relevant. Well, that is potentially relevant. We will look them up. But let's see, 1, 2, 3. So these are the current 3 that were let go. Okay, Sugar Plum canceled, Strawberry canceled, Shigwa canceled, Butterscotch canceled, Caviar canceled. Each of those, it says 5 months. Oh man, Sugar Plum was 20,000 per month. Okay, canceled after 5 months into the year. So, like, they had racked up huge costs on the flavor development. Right, Gleason 50-year work anniversary bonus. I mean, another 50K here. I mean, maybe there's some sort of like, instead of like a pension, they just get a big old payout at 50. Scan for this kind of company. There's an amount of money that will swallow right now instead of caring for you in the later years when your expenses will, you know, jump higher and higher. Okay. All right, let's... There's our... The reimbursement for Carl Roottrees is... I believe around that time, everybody realized Carl had made a really good thing. Let's consume it and add it to the pile of money generation. Oh, it absolutely is a 50-year anniversary. Especially after the period that is in this, is monumental. Leading up into that era, less uncommon. There are still lingering... It lingers based on generations and whatnot, but the idea of being faithful to a company was a much bigger thing earlier on in the 20th century, where you would stick with them because of things like pensions and, you know, upward mobility and the like. We don't do that no more. Okay, let's look up work time temp. Okay, well. You'd think so. I mean, if you started working for a company at 18, you're at 68 by your 50-year anniversary. That can be rough. Okay, let's start cycling through some of the people. Let's look for Elizabeth's first. I am not certain we're going to find any of these folks. But anybody that might appear... Oh, you're right. This is for cross-referencing. I mean, I recall them saying that it would probably take ages. Not that we wouldn't get anything. Okay, so we have a indicate. Okay, yes. So there was an Elizabeth that worked that had a daughter. Okay, so this I think is confirmation that this is Christine Farrow. We still don't have a good picture of her, but... Christine was hired. Joanna and Beth Knox are no longer employed. Beth Knox is potentially useful. We had a retirement party and a 50-year work anniversary. Those are vague enough terms here. Beth Clementine. Oh yeah, this was the singer. Okay, okay. Religious and popular songs, and though she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. One you find mentioned was the cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. Known for her adoptions. Okay, so this is the wrinkle in this path is, are they actually a blood relative or is it an adoption that we're dealing with? She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the U.S. Congress. Okay. But 1949, her other son was adopted later. I wonder if we'll find out that it's not Stuart, it's his brother, you know? She is dead, and I will promptly forget that she is and reference her later. History of the record, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edson. Its biggest claim to fame was being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. We'll have to look that up. Mary Beth Clementine. The Holy Grail is a re-release of the old rugged cross. It says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. The police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. This is a... So one of the implications here is that it might be that that it wasn't an adoption. No cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Okay, let's... see here. Lawsuits. Himself. Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Okay, so it wasn't Edsel. It wasn't Edison. It was Edsel. That is... No? Okay, yeah. And that kind of scenario does actually scan. Popular hymn that was covered by many, many artists. Let's try, but with Mary Beth. That might only be the company, though. Yeah. Okay. That is defunct. But let's see if it still shows up. Okay. New Edison Records and modern music had quite an overlap. Countless advertisements for various covers. You scan the results for anything other than an advertisement, you do find a very brief blurb from when New Edison was sued. By the time the magazine had covered it, it seemed like the lawsuit was settled out of court, and New Edison was destined to shut down. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd likely create a new record company. Could be interesting. Advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it was listed at... The artist was Mary Beth Quaker. Let's whole line. Okay. We know that she went to Butler County before. It was Clementine, wasn't it? Clementine. Miracle Congregation welcomes her with open arms, mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns. His eye is on the sparrow. You know, I've had a very difficult upbringing. It's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. Kinship, when I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. Okay, it's as a adoption advocate. Okay, so it was during her first visit to Butler County. We have this line where it's she and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. So there is a period, it is implied a period of time after her first son that she was in their proximity, in the proximity of Miracle for some time. And then the second son that was adopted under unusual circumstances. Her first visit was a massive success at the insistence of Miracle's congregation. She's returned for an encore. Also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption has prevented her from touring recently, but it doesn't clarify. Yeah, she got pregnant and wasn't touring, and then they had her come here and, call out again. Interesting. Okay. So Thomas Edison isn't going to get us anywhere, but I wonder if... it's worth a shot. But Edsel is potentially a name that will be useful to us. It's a little discussed side effect, Matic. Herself. So they never reviewed the old rugged cross. We want to find that because there's the possibility that we get her picture out of it. All right, let's... All right, so there are potentially 2 children that came of it. So this one's a possibility. Okay, so the implication is this is the one that we're looking at. So Miracle Roottrees, who was, I think he is a preacher. Yeah. And we have this picture of him. Then this would be Mary Beth Quaker. She was a musician. Oh. Double check the notes here. Okay, we don't have any indication that she stopped being a musician. And this would have been Thomas Edsel. Okay, we have a possible linkage here. And that resulted in this here. Yep. Okay, so this is... Interesting. Officer. Stuart and Mark. So Stuart is the older child. Stuart was adopted. So the bloodline doesn't matter if Stuart was adopted. Clementine. Police officer. Doesn't perfectly scan, though. Potentially not her. have a Regina in here. Screen. Then we have the secretarial staff shifts up here. This doesn't scan. When did she legally change her name? When did his name? Oh, an adoption case is tricky. So this seems right in this scenario. Oh, okay. And they're not blood siblings, so the order doesn't really matter. We only care about this one. Knowing the blood name is going to be tricky here. It's so normally when we're presented with children, it's aged left to right, but these are not blood relatives of each other, let alone of their mother, except for this one. So based on the story, Stuart is not a blood sibling of the other. So does the left-right order matter? Actually, it should. Never mind. Or at least it implies that it is. The fact that this is the flow here is interesting. Okay, maybe I'm misreading this piece of evidence. Let's see here. Yes, okay. Okay. Never mind me. Oh, dear, dear, dear. That's Stuart. Okay. All right, we're going to put Clementine here, but there is a further there will be further implication here. Know what her profession actually is, but let's... I could have sworn there was something else here that I saw that implied to me cashier, but I think this part is accurate. But I'm confident that this is not actually there. Hey there, Silent Night. Merry Christmas to you as well. Because she is listed as Joanna Fellows in the logs, but we don't know who the father was as far as the name flow. Because we know his actual birth name is David Fellows, so the Davy part seems to be the first name. And we have there's some discussion of his birth year here. How relevant to it that is uncertain, because it might be the whole. Again, he's already shown that he was willing to like shuffle naming around for branding convenience. It's generally it's the name at the time of birth. So it could be that she had a different maiden name and that it is the father's name that is passing down here. Would have been 70s, right? Christine Farrow, Joanna Fellows, and Beth Knox. Do we actually? Okay. We can identify his father at some point. That will be useful. Well, actually, no. I'm sorry, the spouse, but you know, the we know his father is Guy Hudson. Who she was actually married to is the question. And you know, that is her last known profession is secretary at the moment, I think. Berlin, tree everywhere. Skim. So the implication here is that he swapped his name to from his pen name or his persona name here from Dirty Davy here to Felix Fellows, with the the author here saying that it was because of her death when she overdosed. I backtracked. '17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified sequence. Foster care. Make him. So this is also a question of timing. Again, we know it's got to be the linkage here, but all right. So I feel like these are like this one is correct. We know they're a police officer. This one is uncertain. Same with her maiden name here. Oh, was Salazar. There we go. Okay, we don't know anything about Mark Clementine yet. And whether that is the name that they were born with or just took on. What's the difference in what? I think this is right, and this is right. This is not yet correct. Just going to throw this back there. Okay. Uncertain. Last we know, I think, is secretary. Because we know it's... I thought that we did. But, yeah, not sure on her name. It would make sense that he would carry her name, and that they were split up might mean that she reverted. Have a picture of Christine. Used all of those. There's supposed to be a picture of Joanna there. Do we have a different listing? Joanna Robertson. There we go. Beverage. Okay. It's the right picture. I mean, he did change his name by this time. Oh, wait. No. Adoption. Sterling. T-E-R. Edsel is the person that ran the label. Oh, okay. Sterling Clementine. She legally changed her name. It is possible that it is unrelated to marriage, but... Okay. Let me get a hit on... Ta-da! Crocodile Clementine. Massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there. Or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. Now, it is possible that this is a red herring. Very small note of him being the basket baby of 1950. Okay. 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in LA. Quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence his nickname. Portland Telegraph is one that we'll look up in a moment. So I think Portland shows up. Wasn't that in 5-piece? Portland, yes, that will be potentially useful. Released on parole in 93, arrested in 94 for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. Famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. Okay. I mean, pilot was his last profession, though he was fired from it. And I don't see, convict, crook, criminal, prisoner, jail. Every news organization, from trustworthy to tabloid, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comment afterwards, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At this point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." That is a very good line. I like that line. Tried to throw another punch, but Sim anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault. Little did he know, Sims is Zangief after all of the steroids and fame wore off. Which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Nice. So this is relevant because visiting his daughter's graduation. Hello, Maddie. Welcome. Doing well, doing well. We have cats on camera? Okay, yeah. I wonder how many cats we currently can see. Should be at least 4. Right, 5 and... all 6 are accounted for. Sherbet is in the footrest. What is this gift that you received for Christmas, Maddie? You don't need that. Few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the basket baby. Okay. State who the weapon or the baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Just swap that back for this one so that we can use the one we know of. Kelmentine. He was all over the place, but not relevant to here. So we know he has a daughter. I was hoping, but that was the site that we found it on. So look this up again. Not highlight. There's a mention of a newspaper, Portland Telegraph. Portland, Oregon. They have a website with a lot of dry statistics about how many subscribers they have, how many issues there have been, and awards they have won. Rest. Only caught because he was bit by a crocodile in the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. Tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal, but the story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. Myriad of articles. Newspaper's music critic did review his latest album. They gave it a 3 out of 5. Joanne Robertson. Mentioned briefly a few times around the time of her death. The first time was about the discovery of her body. The second time had some details about the night she disappeared. Worked at a video rental store. Drug overdose. Thought I'd already seen this one, but let's double check here. Parents divorced when his father learned of the affair. Yeah, worked at the register. She always used some photos and a stuffed animal from her childhood, but then he found it. Okay, so that's Riley Fellows. Okay. Steve Farrows is another secretary. We know he has at least one daughter. This would be Elias. Way too late. I mean, it's still possible. Years ago. Mentioned that Gwyneth was able to coerce him. Okay. That is viable. I'm gonna pencil this in for now. We'll have to see if we can come up with some other information here. So we have two people from the original tree here. Pharaoh. What else might we have? So there is a version of this particular Piketty magazine that contains Siley's article. Render it. Now, whether we can get it, we don't know. It's the June 1999 version. Unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. What did we know about her? Yes, it's a joke telling variant of the singing wall mounted bass quote unquote toy. Apparently it sounded horrifying when the batteries were running down. Nonfiction, focused on exploring the darkness in the human psyche. rehashing some of this stuff. Remind myself, you know? '79, 1984, yeah. Ah, okay. Between Ruby Spratt and Siley Sanchez, they said that Siley didn't have the rights. Pulling the issue. It's caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. People who would normally never have purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it would be worth something someday. Especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists, who assumed that anything worth suing over would have to be hiding something. It's unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees had just ignored it. Believe we already looked up Ruby for this. Yeah. I think we already looked up Ruby because she was a lawyer for. Okay, yeah. A local gas station chain. That could be fun. He was in high school and an article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. Oh. Foster care was apparently the valedictorian of her school and was as a Girl Scout who, at the time of the article, earning her gold award. Quite a project helped the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a foundation she called Foster Fountain. It had a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain for good luck and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. A coalition of local businesses that sponsored the fountain have committed to matching any of the donations. Use all proceeds. Portland's Park and Recreation mentions under a trivia section the Fountain of Youth was originally Youth's, conceived by Ruby Spratt in the foster care system. There's a non-trivial implication that Ruby is one of the children of these relationships. Coin lands on one of these targets. Each of the sponsor businesses matches it. That's really cute, though. Whether it is ultimately relevant or not. I've college. Their mascot is the Spectres, though they're not known for their sports programs as much as their education. Legal and language department. They're not Ivy League yet. Some refer to it as Little Ivy. Which embraces this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of hedera, the scientific name for ivy, and herald. Cute. All right. Class, valedictorian speech, focus on wealth inequality. Didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience. Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mideastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for the celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. Passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her to her fellow students. Proselytize, is verb. Their parents into the religion of poverty. But unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. Yeah. I wonder. Fiasco of the Six Pieces and the revelation that the group was complicit in such a cover-up they hired outside counsel. This could be a full red herring path here. I wonder. Sprat, the Sanchez. Eh. All right, quick break, and then we will return. Okay. Let's see. Died. So much money dumped into the flavor developments. Ah, here we go. Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove. It's located about an hour from where the Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. Just the founder. So this is all the way back to like around Elias's time. Founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. It's renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct an embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. Let's see. She's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. Mentions she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Only half a block from the main campus and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for family, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. Okay. The Hudson Wing. Very vague, something very vague in the history section that you can somewhat fill in with the details from other information you've seen about the school. Donation came at the insistence of a employee of Roottrees at the time. She learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. School could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues. Convinced to invest in the school. Okay, this was a Miss Ford. So as far back as 75. So let's take a look here. Farming, secretaries, office staff. Working at school for 15 years, though. But you never doubt the possibility that somebody lies. Yeah, Beth Knox, 50 years at the company. That puts her well within range for Elias. Right there. Okay, we have a Susan Ford. So Susan Ford has her future husband is deaf. There is a connection to the Hudson Wing. And she's hired in 1979. And she is married, so it's going to be one of these two. By implication, it's going to be one of these two. Ow. Come here, you. Come here. Come here. Yep. Yeah, I know. One moment. Mason has developed a fish hook, and I must deal with it before he slices up my arm. I know, bud. I know. It's terrible. Yes, I am so mean to you. The indignity. Okay, so Susan Ford is somewhere in here. We don't know that children came of the relationship, but this is a possibility right here. This one and this one. Just do a quick search, but that is amongst the secretaries. It's right there, 1981. So that's got to be the last one. Possibly Ford here, though that might not be the maiden name. 82, it's much more likely that we don't. We are in the territory that would preclude that. I mean, I guess in theory it could be this one. So let's knock that out, actually. I mean, so he dies in 82 and we have in 81, we have the donation, but that can put the affair back several years, you know? So in 79, she is hired. I'm sorry, in 80, she is hired. I'm sorry. In 79, she is hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Then in 80, she no longer works there, but also in 80, the foundation that she works for gets a $250,000 donation. So there is room for another affair. So I expect Susan Ford is here or here. Can we tether that further? I already looked this up in periodicals. The County Times archives include what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations. One useful article. Center of a crime article in 1982 seems someone defaced the school in vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. Painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He's on bail, and the school has agreed not to press charges after an agreement was made. Okay. Thomas Hughes, Miss Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Times. Okay. Mason, come here. Mason is, like Ember, is very, well, cats in general are prone to, even if you trim their claws, even if they scratch them a lot, under kind of the optimal circumstances for them, the root of the claw, the central part of the claw, will kind of grow free of the current state of it, and you'll get like a barb in the middle. And often other elements of the claw will begin to shed away from that new spike. And they are super sharp and super painful, especially when they sink into the back of your bicep or your collarbone or similar squishy, painful places. So Mason is demanding belly rubs and whatnot right now. That is why I'm leaning to the right, because that's where he comes up and chirps and pesters me. You know, the father, I request attention. But Mason is a belly rub cat. Molly is kind of in between. Primarily, she's okay with belly rubs. She will kind of half bear trap still, but it's mostly to grab and, like, groom your arm. I know you're very squirmy, though, sir. Graduated a few years before. It's 1982. Okay, so this puts it in range of being Hughes. So let's look back at our Roottrees records here. Portland. There's Susan Ford. Then our secretarial staff should be kind of flushed out. Sure. With you, sir. He has clearly received insufficient attention today. Okay, it wasn't in web search. They have avoided showing up in Butler County Times. So we have a Ford and a Hughes here that are involved in some fashion. Now, part of this in 82, we could be seeing like an aftermath, but it's that it was school's newest teacher. So, Miss Ford is a principal here. So, we definitely have at least a connection to Miss Ford. the Hudson Wing, in the Hudson Wing. And then we also have a follow-up here. She secures the funding before this, and it's built in 82. And then in 82, we get some defacing of it. Of her current pregnancy, which doesn't line up. Now, it's possible that securing that was entirely separate. I'm sorry, like, that she was brought on as an interpreter separate of this. So we have... But it's sign language. It's not... Yeah, we have Chinese and French and whatnot, but nothing there. So we could have Ford and Hughes here. Because it's her current pregnancy as well. Yeah. Uncertain. Uncertain. Do I have any other little snippets? I think we've confirmed all of this. Yeah, okay. And this would be our connection to Crocodile here. That is attempting to ID Christine Farrow here. We didn't have any other photos here. If we could get some photos from, like, the various parties that Guy threw, we could probably spot a lot of the secretaries in them. Have much more on them yet, I think. Getting access to this would be really good. So I think we've ID'd Mark Clementine there. We don't have a picture here yet. That's the only one that I think we've currently got. Okay, let's... If they show up here, they might be too close or too far away from the camera to be spotted here. Uh-oh. We have a sibling scuffle going on here. Placed much less emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure. There has also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance, that he did nothing wrong. Explosion of off-season business at the First Anderson Maple Farm. Okay, political groups visiting to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists, and some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. Quotes from Bess Williams' book appear to have been taken down. Okay, let's see if we can get anything relayed here. Public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the company, still in high regard. Okay. Same thing. Let's relay into this just to refresh my memory here. I don't think we actually got a print of it last time. Maybe we did. Pretty sure we didn't. That might be because I didn't print it, but, you know. Dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. Tells us nothing new about Elias, and from what you know about his true feelings towards some of his extended family. Ah, okay. Good catch. Good catch. Hello, Sammy. So there's a little like raised platform that my that my tracking camera is attached to, and so here let's show the across camera here. So from that tree, there are two pathways to the desk. It's kind of the low road and the high road. This resting spot blocks the easy access from the high road. So most of them don't go that way because there will be another cat that they would have to step over. Most of, not all. Sammy, in particular, avoids that kind of thing, so she went the low road and squirmed her way across and walked across that raised platform, obscuring 3/4 of the screen in a slow tightrope walk. The issue of this book is so lazy that they reuse the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright has expired. Best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. There are 2 things associated with this. Do we still get... It's just... Okay. Else. Let's see. Make sure I've got that right. And then it's Garland is what she changed her name to. Married. And then also Stephen or Steve. Should actually have found Steve, N off of Steve, since it generally seems to do a direct completion match. Just looking for photos. We're looking for photos. Oops. That's large scale business. Current events. I thought Mark Zimmer appeared here. And Kitchen Tales, or at least through this path, we got the little plated bread one. then I think that you can't find this one. But it was like mission in truth, and it is Steve Owen. Yeah, Christine, you're the apple of my pie is the Sistine Apple thing. We need a picture of her. And it would, again, really be useful if we could get something from those parties. Oh. She's no longer an interpreter. She's an office staff now. And she's no longer employed in Roottrees at all in 82. So that's all the way up to the end here. Which there is an implied purge of everybody that Guy had kept around him. And in some of these cases, it really seems like kept around him either for the purposes of or in order to keep quiet infidelity. Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews were hired. Edward Morrison no longer employed at Roottrees. Look at those expenses again. It's worth a shot. All of these have very generic names. What could we do to get more of these pictures? More of these identities. Okay. Any new articles on? Car accident. installing a little sooner on this one, but I feel like it's just missing some things, you know? LaRue, Sam Manson. Do we have anything new on him? President. Drop the title. Okay, Ron Roottrees and Business Watch might, if there's a new article in Business Watch. Oof. Hello, Ember. Hello. Okay. I know we saw that one previously. Hello, Sammy. Ember strafed me, so Sammy was like, oh, it's my turn now, huh? We have a photo of Elias. All right, sharpshooter, guess that kitty. That one is Molly, sharpshooter. That is Molly. She is the youngest cat. That's nice. They have explicitly put in, this person is unknown. Okay, let's... Okay. Let's jump back to this one, which will probably get the same one. Still love it. It's wicked overrated. I saw it and thought there was this huge line and they didn't have a meat dish. What's even the point? Sky is gray and white and fluffy, and he's also the largest of them. Also the oldest. This is also, you know, getting the first name, that kind of thing. Periodicals do we have that we could be using here? Nothing. Have the cover of that. Just as a thought here. Elizabeth Farrow. Yep, okay. Okay, she had to go back to work as a secretary. Okay, Emily Seinfeld and Emily Barnes are... That is another name change here. Everybody that vanishes is potentially relevant. Tired. One of these days, sharpshooter. It's like, what, about 16%? Do we have... And we've tapped... That is a lead into the factory in Brazil. Which then, if we go to Roottrees everywhere... Real place, fake place. I like that. Okay, let's look up. It would be Sonia Soares. This and that. Okay, Flavio's mother was named Sonia. Young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. It's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Seems that women, and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill, tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Let's put it like that. Named Ashley York. Many of the stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. Traditional fan sites list some things. 18, mother's name Sonia. Flavio translates to golden hairs. One website has a signed photo of Flavio. Natasha kisses from Brazil. Okay. So then this was around when? So around 1979. So we still have some markers here. I'm not 100% certain on some of these. Ads for perfume. Been subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of magazines. Dating Flavio. Okay, doesn't seem to go anywhere there. So Flavio is one of these. We need to see if we can get more information on Sonia. Then when we looked at Flavio... how about... I mean, we got a trash tabloid. We should use it. Ashley York, British model, appeared on the cover wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. Was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told people to invite him to the party I was going to. Felt a little stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called This. Mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. Common name in Brazil, so she has shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. So we would search for Nia Alves. History page focused on her company and vague unsearchable details. She's received significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown. Well, that certainly scans, Maddock. '88 began its period of reform. Lister is unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. She stays out of the spotlight, doesn't appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Let's verify that. Okay. Lists her as unmarried. That means they broke up. Okay. So it is Sonia Alves. This implies here. If I had to guess, she is going by a different name. She runs a company. This would be... all the way up here. B. Edson. That. This would be Flavio. I feel like that is a name that is spoken with an intense accent. Like, he's the kind of person, based on the look of it, that would have his name said in a way very specific to him. And there would have to be some sort of like musical stinger. Just anchor you. Need a picture of her, and there should be a picture of his parents somewhere. It's a real place. Yep. It is cute when it says these kind of things, like, this is a real thing. This was the case of arson. Shot. Build. It's got to be photos of him somewhere. What could we relay off of? This dead ends. This will probably relay into, yep. We'll also look up Alvia in some of the magazines. Mentioned her a few times. Most going to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do their business with their foreign counterparts. Have it about her and identity. Once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. Shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. Claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show. They do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. Implication that she is involved in shady dealings as well. It's one of the wealthiest media companies. Too many results. News time. Sure. Yeah. It's only Nia will result in that. So we do have the implication of there are public appearances of her. The presence of a rival media company and a particular reporter. I think there would be conspiracy sites regarding this. Okay. So this is a strong tether, though it is distinctly possible that this is the case. So we have one. We don't have many that could be locked in at the moment, though. It's just the name of a fan. Ah, okay. Anani Mom and Jane Doe Roottrees. Came during the height of Roottrees mania and began with a brief TV interview. She appears in the shadows with a disguised voice, and promoted an article about herself in the Times. Days after the article, Sam Madsen publicly supported her due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, she went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical due to the extreme similarity of Five Piece. Her accusations even include many of the same details as his mother's story, including her job in the time period. After fumbling the story so publicly, was more prepared to handle all Clan-said trust-related cases. Within a week, proved that her daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. The joint conference with lawyers representing both of them. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. When results were released, many of those who had been skeptical felt vindicated. Suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymon be held accountable, and some even began to attempt to track down her true identity. Though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, that doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerated. Please leave their family alone. Fad. It's already been eliminated as a potential new Roottrie by the company lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Does not appear in your updated tree. She doesn't, in this case, doesn't. Let's see here. What else? So this could be our red herring of the list, but I don't want to presume, because they're calling out, oh no, this is fake, but they gave us that information. Like, this wasn't, you need to look into these. This was them coming out and saying, oh no, it dead-ended, and they proved it was false. That is a weird piece of information to give, but it's also world plausible, you know? Yeah. Anonymous woman appears on the cover holding a picture of her daughter Jane Doe Roottree. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in news time came the week after, when they issued an apology. Both blurred out. Photo of her daughter. Unlike Five Piece, she wished to remain anonymous. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach were already gone. Both underqualified, and neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for... Okay. Parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. As that these parties were mostly seemed to be excuses to have after parties at guys' home featuring much more alcohol and other substances. Died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at a department store and hoped that no one ever looked too closely at how she paid for her house. See, they said they weren't, that they did a DNA test, and I'm wondering if it's that they found, like, oh no, this wasn't Guy's child. Was it someone else, you know? She never worked at the time of Five Pieces' mother, Joanna. Their stories seem similar. Okay, this has given us a window here. So this is many of the secretaries under Zach were already gone. But she never worked during Joanna Robertson's period. Robertson/Fellows. No tangible evidence. To the other woman hired at the time, who also remains anonymous. Fact check the timeline and confirm the existence of the infamous after parties. Okay, so there is another person. Identifying Anonymom would be useful, at least from a narrative flow perspective. So this is post Joanna Robertson. So we have McCullen, Robertson, Mays, Knox. Okay, Robertson and McCullen and Mays are no longer there, but we don't have... Farrow is hired, no longer listed, but Joanna Fellows, she's still there. And then she leaves. Okay, so next wave, so after 1977, we should have two people that join. So we are going to copy this. So we have two different sets here that could be tied into it. That. Okay, so those are the two pairs that could be tied in here. There is an implication that she is telling somebody else's story. Or it could just be additional markers, but there's a lot of details called out here. And all they've said is that it's just Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottrees are not included. We still have another set of possibilities that can fit into this. Still need Christine Farrow. A lot of secretaries' pictures would be great. Have a lot of pictures in place, but not locked in yet. Now, there's the possibility that this leads to Flavio, and that, but there is a distinct indication of this guy. Did I already Edson Suarez? Did I already do periodical searches on him? Petition. So if we could figure out who the car company would be. So it doesn't chain in anywhere there. So we can't rule out that this is not where we would go. But she mentions a husband. So there, by implication, it needs to be that. Have 1 and 2. At best, 3. 1 to 2 more would be great. This is very recent. Huh, interesting. Wonder if we're gonna find out that Clark had another affair with somebody in the tree, you know? Pilot, we don't know who he married. So we have this possibility here. What else? This one should be relaying off this. Celebrities. So this is somebody was trying to sell that particular thing, that particular issue. It's a book. Were there ever like recalls, you know? My guess is if we can figure out how to get those photos, that we will be able to use those extensively. But our only reference to her is the article, and then she just kind of vanishes. The lawsuit. This is a game about identifying essentially a family tree. So we're trying to fill, the first half of the game was filling in this upper part, finding a picture, a name, a profession. And now the second half is finding all of the children that were born of affairs that weren't known during this period. So like Guy Hudson, who was originally over here, we know of 5 affairs that he had that resulted in children. Or that are associated with children, likely his. So we're trying to figure that stuff out by looking around like newspapers and all that kind of stuff. Molly is coming to sit with me. Guy got around a lot, Alt. Feels like there's got to be something we can leap off of as far as Ruby Sprat. get both of these? So we can do things like look in magazines. Huh. This is weird. Featured in that. Okay. Because it mentions the clan said trust. Not yet. It's still Christmas Eve over here, all. She offered to work for very little money as soon as she could be a public face, as long as she could be a public face to build a rep. With the trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and there would be constant legal challenges without some modification. Family put her in charge of the trust both legally and as a public face to prevent further issues. First move, as sort of a trial run, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family, okay? Ruby is either, like, relevant to this as, like, a child of one of these infidelities, or just that it's going to be a big figure. Just an overarching, I am present kind of figure. No. And this will get us the... We found that this is where she, like, the school she went to. There is such a strong indication of, like, during, like, as she grew up in the foster care system, and helped, like, raise money for it, she goes on to earn a scholarship for a university, and her valedictorian speech is about wealth inequality. She sets up a legal group that is relatively unknown, but latches onto the Roottrees when they come to prominence. She's doing it. I still think that it is that she is involved in this and that she became aware of it. If that was going to be something that it filled in about being a Girl Scout. It's there. About Butler County, do they do anything with it? No. And we relayed into Spider Search with this already. Well, thank you, Alt, and thanks for swinging by. Thing, and then if we relay back here, okay, slightly different. Dedication ceremony for the local landmark. Apparently, at the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech performed by multiple local entertainers. Article calls out that all the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. Poets, musicians, and dancers was listed as one of the musicians. I do get the impression that that Ruby was either stepped up when she heard that David Fellows was involved, or was already building upon this, like. Things are moving along, Jay. Things are moving along. We've got a lot of data points, but not a lot of new completion. We've knocked it. We've gotten 2 lock-ins, but not more past that. Hello, Adrian. Welcome. Okie dokie. There's a tether between them. Oh. Is it a good new laptop that you have obtained, Adrian? Hey, improvements are improvements. So, as his original persona, he was a performer here. She knows and considers or at least at the time, considered Felix a friend. This is absolutely like a person taking this as an opportunity to strike. But how can we parlay this into anything useful? How can we get some of these pictures? Oh, okay. What is it called? Flavors. That A isn't coming through. That's... Might have to reset the keyboard again. I have mitigated the number of arcs that it's taking, but... Okay, let's look at our Guy Hudson notes again. Not there. I'm trying to identify... I'm hoping to get some more information about this factory. Oh, just... It's very dry here, and there are many cats and carpet around. So, static electricity abounds. That's why on the camera there, you can see near Ember's feet, the little kind of beige spot is a electrostatic discharge mat now. I don't have... Oh. Do a relay search off of this just real quickly. Cover. So pervasive now. All right, back we go. There we go. Discovered by the masses, gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people keep emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? I didn't grow up with him. Or when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. His stepdad is Pete. Things I don't remember, and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. His spelling has not improved. The Roottrees sisters. Photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. Okay, new picture. It's about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website. He emailed me some old stuff, including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. That's a fun little nod to the prior one. Yeah. Me and my FEANCE. Oh, I like that. Okay. Click. Okay, so this is going to be Guy. He's leaning on a poster that is the ad campaign he and his sister were part of for the company. Of him, his father, and Guy Hudson, and somebody he doesn't recognize. Okay, so if we look at the employment list, is it? Here we go. In 1979, this is when Raffertoons, Clark Rafferty's company is. Shows up. And secretaries at the time, we have many people. That's Christine Farrow is hired in 76. Well, thank you, Key. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Raffertoons enters in 79. And secretaries here. So we have Beatrice Watts, Corinne Schwartz, Lisa Lewis, and Valerie. But that does mean that Joanna is still around during that period. No, not around. Christine Garland and Joanna Fellows. No, that she leaves. So there's Christine Garland could be there. Like, that could be Christine. But that's not a certainty. By any stretch. Well, thank you for the follow, Key. I do appreciate it. We have been a bit on a bit of a tear in this game. This type of game is very rare for me to be able to find, and I really do like these sort of puzzle deduction games where you're connecting the dots, you're deriving facts. And a lot of games that profess to be detective games and imply that they work this way, they don't work this way. Pennsylvania. Ace of Fraud. Ooh. If you have a link to it or something like that, there's a suggestions board on the Discord, and I try to look for those. Otherwise, I'm very prone to forgetting by the end of a stream. Identified. Difficult to place. Caroline Morton's sculptures were not useful. This was the romance stories or letters one. Dating Stephanie's son, that's a baby photo. Daughter named as her grandmother. Extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months on how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Same thing, but if we look back at our evidence, what did we get? We're generally over here. Yeah, here. Do we have red herring photos now? because they are in the family tree here. Stephanie, Ryan, and now they have kid. We can get another picture of Zach around somewhere. Okay, well, I mean, we're finding more stuff. Worth a shot. Would have been kind of funny if he suddenly became relevant. Just relay off each of them. Moore is tracked down by a reporter as being one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. Relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. Some minor backlash towards the reporters that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their cameras over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench near a small pond on the premises. Yeah. Very paparazzi behavior. Can we actually get this book again? Is Lauren Roottrees. Single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. It's like, okay. This is the second book, but it's indicating this hasn't been updated. And we didn't get a printout sound, so. Titled Cruelty from Lauren Roottrees' diary. Focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I'm no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage. Around 16 at the time. No choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together if not for Okinawa. It was nearly 20 years ago. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch? Someone you can joke with? I've been able to deal with such madness at home. I've not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. Wow. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I've grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family, saying blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Ooh. Please remember Sam. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in Miracle. Brutal. Miracle was born very late, and his earliest pictures, or the earliest pictures we have of him, are with an eye patch. Clancy Edward, kind of awful. Can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. So they made a big deal about like an argument between Elias and Gwyneth, where Gwyneth was heard to say, "Who's Beth?" With an implication that Elias had an affair with somebody named Beth. Because even one of Samantha's children had mentioned "Who's Beth," having heard them say it. But this line here could be an implication of it was Gwyneth who had an affair with someone. We'll see. But at the moment, I don't see anything that leaps out as this is a kickoff point just yet. How about Gwyneth Roottrees? Nope. We just get the generic one. Okay. Go. Eulogize him and his wife Brenda. about a Christian Valdez who claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She's not making any claim about having a child with him, just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. Most of it is boring. She says they met when she was sent to a private school near her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Again, this could be just red herring reference. This is most likely the academy that Elias or Clancy Edward was pushed to send Carl to, is this private school. Brenda Roottrees. We'll make the loop here. French prison after having served a few years from his assault. It's mentioned in the 6 pieces. Returned to the U.S., but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. Brother and I, after spending time together and caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It's a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and a major aspect of that process is that I wish to stay private. Was Ron. I think we already searched for him today. Yeah. And Roottrees. That's a very different win. All right, Paris. Leaving Hollywood. Most obituaries tend to focus on her largest role. Oof. Okay. Roottrees, which is Samantha. Oh yeah, keyboard's flaking out. We don't get anything on Samantha after that. About just for interest here. That was It calls that out. Interesting. Oh, no, here we go. Edward, Clancy, Roottrees. Okay. They actually kept it. Cool. Release of 6 pieces. Caroline Morden did a television interview. Partial transcript. It's only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience. It does give you a bit more history about Caroline and her family members. 45 minutes. Really fit in with family, so that didn't surprise me. Could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all our tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. Caroline was in a same-sex marriage, and one of the kind of mysteries of the first game was that there was one of Elias's children was homosexual, and they hid him in a barn. Back time, left my daughter with my ex-husband and follow. Oh, here we go. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. Okay. Went to Europe. So there's France. The France one never took off. Private jet to Europe. So then we go to Roottrees everywhere. Brazil. So we have Australia, China. One of the companies, apparently Roottree France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late. Okay, we didn't check on Kristen Robert. We'll check. Or Tristan Robert. I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan. He was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I was as shallow as he was. Workaholic, he seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. Might be referring to Ernest Jr. Speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. I'll talk trash about Guy all you want. Fire away. Carl Roottree is the one that kicks off the investigation, with Carl, his wife, and his 3 daughters dying in a plane crash. So the whole, inheritance cycle kicks off. Caroline didn't have a good relationship with him, I believe, because of her activism against the environmental impact of the maple farms. Used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. Made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. Started protesting the farms. He stopped returning my calls. He's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys. Probably talking about Clark Rafferty LaRue. But he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays, he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. Okay, so a couple of relays. We want to look up Tristan Robert here. Let's see. Businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottrees, France. He is still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottrees mania, as you recognize the word Roottrees in one of the questions. Seems the interview snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. Article is in French, and it takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. President of Roottrees was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no. I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. He lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. Oh, I love that line. That's amazing. Hey there, Ilman. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject of Roottrees. Okay, so we have Tristan Robert. So we have another person here. Could be here. Could be here. Are they implying as well that Eloise here showed up during that? We'll find out. What do we do with this? So we found Caroline Morden off of that, and that creates an implicit tie here. So this is him learning about 5Ps. Let's relay this into periodicals. No luck. Now, this could dead end because it is a, like, it didn't happen kind of thing. Don't know that that is the best relay. Let's see what we've got. Cruelty apparently goes somewhere. This implies I would get pictures out of it. But I don't see, like, maybe after the next intuition lands, this will branch. Oh, family tree update. St. Jones, wasn't it? No. Brian Jones and Stephanie Landon. That's cute. Still in politics. Bit of a freebie there. Okay. It was Elias. We've locked in Flavio.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
So, just it's reminding us that it's like they can do final confirmation even if we're not sure. There's no certainty, you know? It's a subtle thing, but if you look at the screen, it is showing what we can see. So if I close that and then step back, the window is visible. It is actually rotating to look at this screen. Okay, and then we can put the baby. And we can look at the picture. Is girl, which I thought... Let's go back to that website and get the name. Yep. That A key is flaking out. Named after her grandmother. Okay. So that's probably then Caroline Jones. Come on now. A-R-A, let's see, A-R-O. Let's go with Carol. Okay. This was not right. I mean, we know they were a secretary at the time, so it's not this one. Could be either of these. Know that one yet. Is not the right name. She legally changed her name. Let's go the other way around. No, that doesn't make sense. This is his last name, Sterling. No. There. Just throw Sterling Edsel in there for now. No, it's not that either. It's Thomas Edsel, I think, was the manager of the company, or the person that ran the record company, but not her manager. Just want to see Mary Beth. To eats. manager, Sterling. And it's not Sterling Clementine. Because that bounced off. Sparrow, as you know, is very difficult. Let me find out about her name. Just him. They relayed to here. Oh, it is. Yeah. Sterling Edsel. No, wait. Sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. So, record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not being, so it is Edsel. Oh. Okay. So we should get that person out of the way. Very much a family guy. History with Roottrees, wrote the Family Man book. They rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. Library was expanded again in 1950 and closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened to the surrounding area that made it redundant. And multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Cross website, it states their hours and list exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits in their courtyard includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. Picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Lasted a year. Small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging of two smaller failing newspapers. This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time, with a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Well, let's continue down this rabbit hole. A real newspaper called the Jefferson Jimplecute. As far as you can tell, nobody here investigating lives in Texas. Oh, good times. An unknown author. Back to Bess Williams. Never did a web search on Bess Williams, I guess. Farmed that part into that part. We don't know anything really about Mark Clementine, aside from the whole smuggling bit. Oh, no, you're right. It's not that it's misheard. It's not that it's misheard. Because here. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as weakness. Eliath, please remember Thom. Elias, please remember Sam. It's not Beth, it's Bess. Oh my god. Even if it's not, that's really compelling. Oh my god. That's real compelling. Again, she had a brief association with him. She wrote a book that is pretty much just he's the bestest boy ever. And then she kind of drops off the face of the earth. A library is built up around her. This feels like throw money at the problem to make it go away. She is baby. Okay. This is throwing money at the problem 101. Sam Madsen. Bestseller for 2 months. Indecisionitis. Tell me more. Disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Jit Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottrees Candy Company, it was released in the week after the bizarre response to the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-through speaker. Then after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance among the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant past the current line, loudly claiming that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from a restaurant to a pharmaceutical commercial. Doctor claims the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but also spread to humans. But could also spread to humans. Nice. Fake pharmaceutical drug, multiple testimonials. Yeah. Ah, okay. I know a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have got my jit together." Cute. Does it actually go further? No. I think we looked this up already. Okay. Might have to deploy the backup keyboard sooner rather than later. Yeah. Da-da. Okay. We have still a lot of people to ID in the different periods in the company here. This is Susan Ford showing up. Supposed to be able to parlay this into something else, but I think it's as much that ties into her name. Are there other Christines in this listing? So 76, Christine Farrow. Christine Garland has been hired. Okay. That is... So that's Christine Farrow there. But we need a picture of her. And we also need an indicator of what her last known profession was, which might be part of our problem here. Shopping. Go back to working as a secretary. Okay, so secretary is still accurate. We just need a picture of Christine. And it's not the one that we found. This is going to be interesting. Because this goes on for a bit, because this is a like 1920s kind of territory here. Okay. That should be wrapped up. These two should be wiped out together. This one should be done. There's still more in 6 pieces. All right, Matic. Thanks for swinging through. Elizabeth Farrow. So this is referencing his overseas trips. Yeah. Who's Beth? Who's Bess? This is a red herring here. Nice. Is there a way for us to identify one of the parties? Too hung up on some of these. Cruelty should be wrapped up with that family man, Newest Jones. Chef's signature, if we can find her picture. One of them is probably family man here. Tree. Okay, let's take that over here. There's Brian Jones's company website is different now. What's Jim Roottrees been up to? Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond's Dazzlers, their fan club. Notably, her fan club. Comment on the recent news. A Best Of album did get released to CD during Roottrees Mania, and while neither of them have performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at a local record store near their estate. In question and answer sessions, has stated he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. Or you can tell their marriage is still doing fine. Never been any rumors of infidelity. Oh, that end key, that A key. It's worth a shot. Article. Okay. Okay. So this is when he stepped in. I just like the name. Canonically, it's the name of the chief engineer of the Nanotype project and maker of the original Catbot. And person who is totally still alive and decided to go off the grid in perpetuity without telling their family why. Okay, Christine Farrow is hired around that time. Okay. Christine leaves. This is where the two pairs of them, either Beatrice and Corinne or Lisa and Valerie, are the pairs that are likely to be associated with Anonymom. This is the interpreter role from Susan Ford. We went to Australia, China, France, and Brazil. Yep. This is the Roottrees Everywhere initiative. And both of the pairs leave in the next period, in the 80 to 81. This is when Susan Ford isn't an interpreter. She's part of office staff now. And during this period, that's when the giant donation happens. A timeline, a game with a timeline that you're trying to put together would also be interesting. So instead of just the people, you're trying to figure out, like, who, what, and when. Again, that's kind of what Scene Investigators was like, just the interface on this is so much better. Office staff also seems to be kind of secretary round 2 kind of stuff. Douglas Rosenberg. Says we're probably, it said that this would be too much of a burden, so it's meant to be like a cross-reference, but still. Just an internal representation, but yeah. So the I key on this keyboard has been damaged for a while. Now the A key has joined it. Deceased family members, blacked it out, scholarship page, Roottrees sisters. Have another kickoff point we can use here. Just do a quick lookup of Guy Hudson. I thought we looked into Butler County Police and we get the humorous reference here to them if we go to Butler County. Move along, Sammy. Ever so slowly, huh? Come on, then. The Butler County Police are one of Butler County's top 3 cover bands. Cute. June 1999. Has to have had... Oh, she was an author and she has an unreleased book. So we're going to look her up again. Take this, and I want to see if we can parlay this into something else. It has non-fiction stuff. New system coming fall of 1999. Okay. It's worth a try. Like, there's so many things off of this. We don't have a lot of other kickoff points here. That's such a pointy claw there, Sammy. Well, I gotta fix the keyboard, and I feel like we could use a breather here. So we are going to wrap it up for the evening. Good times. We didn't make a huge amount of progress. We took us a long time to get to some of this stuff. But it's still interesting. It's still interesting. I don't feel like any of these have been bad leaps, you know? They are still... Well, it's like the Bess Williams thing. That there's a clue that you overlooked, and since you don't have it like front and center in your memory, you might not notice it. But it'll be interesting to find out. It'll be interesting to see some stuff here. See how it unfolds. But yeah, I hope you had a good time watching today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All those buttons are generally good, so please press them. If you'd like to join the rest of the financial supporters of the channel, you can do so through things like channel membership, subscriptions, as well as non-platform specific means. You can find links to all of my channels in the link tree, in the video descriptions, and Twitch bio. But with that said, folks, I hope the rest of your day is good. Have a good Christmas Eve / Christmas, whatever it is for you, or whatever it will be for you. All right. Have a good rest of your day.